dois, três. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Um, dois, três. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2. Ok. Pronto. Parece que o som está bom. Ok. O som está. Ok. Agora. A experiência com o som. Vamos experimentar os vários modos. Olá! Então este é o meu novo microfone que estou a testar. E hoje é um grande dia porque eu vou finalmente tornar-me membro militante ou de apoio, acho que vou para apoio do PNR. Eu se fosse mais receber dinheiro, eu queria ser prestígio, mas para já vou experimentar durante um ano ser militante e depois veremos. Então eu vou aqui ao Google Docs. O gajo pedófilo, o Epstein, suicidou-se. Que é uma pena. Não, o gajo era horrível, era um monstro. Entendi, monstro. O problema é que ele ao suicidar-se não vamos saber nunca os outros culpados, não é? Nunca vamos ter provas de que Bill Clinton e outros pedófilos em Hollywood nunca vamos conseguir provar, infelizmente, por causa da morte do. Pronto, por causa dele ter morrido. O que é uma pena. É uma pena. Hoje vai ser uma grande noite. Vai ser um grande vídeo. Ok, nome. Agora vou ter que desligar só um bocadinho que eu não quero doxing a mim mesmo. Infelizmente não consegui fazer toda a inscrição já. E eu vou ter que adiar aqui um bocado. Essas coisas tenho que fazer. Depois mandar por e-mail. E aqui um bocado já faz. Então, não sei se vocês já viram este vídeo. Um familiar meu, que não vou dizer o nome, diz: isso também às vezes os brancos fazem isso. Talvez às vezes, mas é muito mais raro. Não é? Tenho aqui um vídeo inteiro. Tenho aqui uma playlist inteira chamada Já agora, estão a gostar do microfone? Está demasiado alto? Depois digam-me no comentário, por favor. Não é? Tem esta playlist toda que provavelmente vocês já viram. Não é? E eu espero que com este microfone a qualidade dos meus vídeos melhore. Porque não é? A ver, com este tenho centenas de outros vídeos que podia mostrar de situações destas. Não é? Por isso não percebo como é que há pessoas, inclusive o meu familiar, é um familiar que eu gosto muito, é capaz de dizer que haja algum tipo de comparação. Ó. Eu acho que este microfone é bom. Custou um bocado. Mas foi um bom investimento. Porque youtuber vai passar a ser também uma das minhas profissões. Youtuber ou beat shooter. Mas gosto mais do nome beat shooter. Né? E aí,
David Menzies for the Rebel Dot Media here. The hood slurping. Get right, look, get right, go. Get right. Damn. Oh, that weak ass slide. Damn. Get right. Fuck race track. Fuck race track. Fuck race track. For real.
e por aí adiante. Hoje não é dia deste tipo de coisas. Hoje é dia de experimentar este microfone. Hoje é dia de falar coisas. Por exemplo, um tio sobrinho. Sobrinho não. Enganei, peço desculpa. Um primo afastado foi fazer recentemente o exame da carta de condução. Felizmente passou. Mas o interessante, já tínhamos falado disso, de que havia muitos imigrantes a tirar a carta da condução. Contou-me, e eu também não sei até onde é que é verdade, mas eu confio nele. Ele diz que estava lá um chinês que nem sequer sabia português, tiveram que lhe dar um. E eu fiquei admirado, eu não sabia disso, no meu tempo não era assim. Eu pensava que não é preciso saber, nem sequer é preciso saber português para tirar a carta em Portugal. Deram, não é? Tem aqueles computadores com aqueles monitores espetaculares da IBM que eu ando desesperadamente à procura. Eu sei que são IBM. Acho que era no meu tempo, que não foi assim tanto tempo quanto isso, chamam-se G57 monitores. Não interessa. São aqueles monitores touchscreen. Ele estava-me a contar, o meu primo. Ele é primo, é filho de uma. É filho de uma prima minha, por isso é terceiro grau, qualquer coisa assim. Não interessa. Ele estava a contar que... Sim, o meu também era um destes. Não era bem assim. Ele estava-me a contar que estava um aluno chinês que não sabia nada de português, não sabia ler em português, então tinha, segundo o que eles estavam a contar, tinha uma folha de papel com as coisas traduzidas em chinês, não é? Um conjunto de folhas de papel traduzidas o que é aparecendo no ecrã, traduzidas em chinês. Pronto. Mandarim, acho eu. Não é? Eu acho que ele era mesmo chinês, por isso provavelmente era mandarim. Se fosse de Taiwan, a verdadeira China, é cantonês. Pronto, e acho indecente à vida é uma palavra boa. Eu já disse várias vezes que prefiro imigrantes chineses a imigrantes vindos da África. Ou do norte, seja norte ou sub-saara África. Ou mesmo Médio Oriente. Mas não deixam de ser um fato que é indecente que em Portugal não é preciso, nem sequer é preciso saber. Nem sequer é preciso saber português para poder tirar a carta, que eles arranjem uma folha com as perguntas em japonês, em chinês traduzidas do e imaginem isso. Imaginem que há um acidente, um toquezito, um beijinho, não falam assim de grave. Como é que se vai fazer um acordo amigável com alguém que nem sequer percebe a língua? Não é? Mal sabe falar e que... Não é? Não é? Não percebo porque é que... Como é que deixam isto acontecer? Não é? Eu tinha um papel... Só vou até explicar. Segundo o meu primo disse, eu tinha uma folha de papel com as coisas traduzidas das perguntas que iam aparecendo no monitor. O que também faz uma questão. Todas as perguntas não são aleatórias. Ou para aquele caso, aquele rapaz é que não era aleatório para toda a gente, para todos os alunos é que era. Não é? Honestamente não sei. Cada vez tens mais imigrantes de qualquer lado. Eu vou parar só um bocadinho e já falámos mais outra vez. Ok?
Worst crimes in the entire world. Like something that when you do even other criminals have discussed for you is pedophilia. And the reason I'm saying this is that once a person goes to prison, you will have other prisoners beating each other for the privilege of beating the pedophile. Like, it is so bad that in certain countries, cops that go to prison, as well as sex offenders towards minors, have their name changed and given a different crime in order to keep them safe. A lot of these people are put into protective custody, right? Like, it is such a disgusting crime that no one is going to look the other way when you commit it. People are willing to look the other way when it comes to corruption, like when it comes to bribery, when it comes to, blackmailing or any other type of crime. People are willing to look the other way. But it comes to this, it's very difficult for someone to get away with it. The only exception when these people manage to get away with it and actually form human trafficking rings and actually have like this industry, if you will, is when they have support from higher authorities, when they have support from politicians, when they have support from people at the top, like for example with the Catholic Church. Or there was this whistleblower in the UK that was part of the police, and he found out this, and he was told that if he keeps investigating it, he will lose his children and his house and his job. And and behold, as he blows the whistle and keeps investigating, the social protective services take his kid away. He gets fired from the police station, and his house was in jeopardy. But what I'm wanting to say with this is that the only way it can happen is if very influential and very rich people get involved. Because then, if you wanna talk about it, if you wanna expose them, you get your life ruined. You get bad things happening to you. So a lot of people will be quiet because of the fear, because of the intimidation aspect. So it was really interesting to see someone like Epstein, like Jeffrey Epstein, a United States wealthy person with several connections to the Democrats and the Clinton family, being arrested because of this. And a lot of people were watching this kind of skeptical. I know a lot of people on the internet and on Twitter saying that every now and then the ruling class will throw the people a bone, in order to keep them quiet, to show them that justice is still being done. But usually, like, that bone is just that. Like, it's not going to go to the connection and to the conspirators and to the other people that do these things. It's more likely to stop the investigation. It's like, okay, we found the guy who did it, case closed. And a lot of people were pointing out, like, in a joke, it's like, dude, if this guy is connected to the Clintons, he's going to commit suicide. So this is why when I actually saw this article, I thought it's from a satirical website. But apparently it's not. It's from Sky News. So like, this guy managed to off himself while in prison. And this is what boggles my mind. I understand he already tried to kill himself before, right? And when that happens, at least from what I know about the United States prison, if you have if you have a prisoner that tries to commit suicide, then they're placed under strict observation, especially if it's a high case like this guy, where the entire country is curious to find out what's going on. So if you look at how the prisons have their SHU or the Supermax, or like these particular places, like, you're placed in a small cell under 23 hours observation, and you only get 1 hour to go into the yard where you're placed in one of these cages, which is also under observation. Like, there is no possible way that, let me put it this way. It is very difficult to conceive how they would manage to do that. Like, unless the guy goes in front of a wall and starts bashing his head, and even then, like, they have people on high alert, and if that happens, they immediately enter the room and they stop him. Like, it's insanely difficult. So the question is, like, how did it happen? Like, he was already placed on suicide watch. He already tried to kill himself. How on earth was this possible? Like, this is outrageous. Like, a lot of people are going to say, oh, you have to believe this. Like, you're not allowed to say anything because that would be a conspiracy theory. And it's like, all right, but I want to see the people fired. I want to see the people going to jail because of it, right? Like, this is a huge neglection of the duties of the guards, and the warden of the prison should also be responsible. Like, you should have like a group of people that are held accountable. But I'm generally not aware how this is going to go. Like, the public outrage is going to be there. You know, and the media is probably going to say that anyone who questions the narrative is a conspiracy theorist and whatnot. But please explain to me, like, it's very difficult for the brain to comprehend. If you're placed in a room under supervision nonstop and people know that you're trying to take your life, how is it possible? How? You know, like, we just got the news that it happened, so we don't really get the details yet. But it's like, you know, it's ridiculous at this point. Like, there's this article, like, if you Google the Clinton body count, you know, and you're just going, like, it's a meme at this point. It's really a meme. Like, someone investigates the Clintons or is close to uncovering something, and they, like, the meme is like, oh, they're going to commit suicide with 3 bullets in the back of the head. You know, like, it's really becoming so ridiculous that people are memeing this. And now yet another case, you know, yet another guy that could have talked, and he manages to die before speaking. I don't know what else to say. You know, I generally don't know how else to put it. I think a lot of Americans are outraged, but what's really ridiculous about it is that, as I mentioned before, like, people called this out before it happened. You know, like, are people prophets nowadays? Are they able to see the future, to peer through the veils of time? Has someone invented a time machine that I don't have access to, and they went into the future and they saw that this is going to happen? Like, how are people predicting this is what I want to know. How are people on the internet, like the average Joe, able to predict these things out before they take place? You know, like, oh, this guy is close to the Clintons. Yeah, he'll probably kill himself in prison. And yay and behold. Again, like, I don't even know if it's got anything to do with the Clintons, but it's like, definitely there were other high-ranking politicians that were starting to become investigated from the Democratic Party, you know, and especially so soon, close to elections. Yeah, I'm definitely sure, like, someone wanted this to be handled quickly. You know, like, let's get rid of this little stain that we got. And by the way, like, I'm not a political partisan. You know, if a right-winger is involved, by all means, like, this type of crime should be uncovered. It's the most disgusting thing, and, you know, a lot of people are afraid to talk because it's life-ruining shit, especially when people with millions of dollars are involved and connections to politicians, and they can pull the strings and whatnot. They can make things go away. Yeah, these people exist. Yeah, corruption exists. That's what corruption is. You know, like, people covering for each other. I definitely believe it's not a conspiracy theory. It happens in every country. But what doesn't happen in every country is that when someone starts looking into a person, they end up committing suicide. I mean, look at this, right? Look how many people. Look how many coincidences, you know, they just look into the Clintons.
Já não chegaram os suicídios por opioides, agora vem os suicídios por
Clinton. Like, I get it. You know, none of them is conclusive. You know, they're all cherry-picked examples. But come the fuck on, like, at what, like, if this were to happen to me, like, a guy that doesn't have connections, a guy that doesn't have, you know, ties with high-ranking politicians and those people from the press, if it would happen to me that so many people around me would end up committing suicide, do you not think the police would start investigating me? Like, do you not think there would be an investigation? It's like, yeah, V, that's kind of ridiculous. Look, this is one of my favorites. Kevin Ives and Don Henry, initial cause of death was reported to the result of falling asleep on a railroad track in Arkansas, and this ruling was re-reported by the state medical examiner, because it was determined that Kevin died from a crashed skull prior to being placed on the tracks. Don had been stabbed in the back. Rumors indicate that they might have stumbled upon a MENA drug operation. Again, like, it's bewildering. But yeah, I suppose if you talk about this, it's a conspiracy theory, right? Like, asking questions is dangerous. Asking questions brings forth the demonetization. Like, I'm not saying, you know, that someone did it, but can I say that it's bizarre? Like, at which point can I even talk about it and say, look, it's bewildering. Like, imagine if this was around Donald Trump. Like, if everyone that investigates Donald Trump would be found there. What do you think the press would write? You know, what do you think the press would have to say? Everyone that looks into Donald Trump taxes would end up committing suicide unexpectedly. You know what I think? I think that she's like Cthulhu. You know, like people investigate her and then they see her real form. And the madness, it's like in that movie, The Silence, huh? Maybe that's the case. Let me know what you think. This is just really bizarre. I don't even know what to say anymore.
Portugueses, verdadeiros portugueses, tenho que parar a ver filme, qualquer filme. Isto é um favor que eu vos peço imenso. Mas tenho que parar a ver filmes deste filho da puta. Deste filho da puta aqui. Porquê? Já se encontrem um vídeo que mostra porque que este gajo é uma. É um grande filho da puta. E. Se tu és filho da puta. Deixa eu ver aqui um bocadinho dia 15. Tu tens que fiar. Eu não gosto do filme. Eu vou deixar-vos com este vídeo que eu nem consigo ver sem ficar completamente escancorado.
Probably all hands on board would have been lost. So the people that you see here on this boat, they're only here because of the donations to Open Arms, to the work that Open Arms does. And now the most important thing for these people here is to be able to get to a free port, be able to get off the boat, get on land and start a new life, taken care of and make a life for themselves.
peço desculpa. Estou um bocado nervoso. Só... Por isso, por favor, não vejam vídeos desse. Não sei como é que as pessoas são capazes de dizer que o grau de comum coisa. Se vir aqui, eu não me importava. Admite que eles são mais violentos. Caramba. Tem a ver com uma questão genética. É uma questão genética. Eles serem mais violentos. E eles não querem admitir porque tem a ver um bocado com a excesso de empatia que os europeus têm. os vídeos que mostram, olha.
Oh, security!
Gráficos também mostram.
Let's go! Let's go! Hold on. You got what you want? Let's go, mama. You got what you want? Get the fuck out my house.
Oh, you know what?
What's up, nigga? What's up, nigga? Get this stuff alone. Get this stuff alone. Give a fuck. Give a fuck about no video. You go get it. I don't give a fuck about no video. Like little crap, bitch. We already talked about this. What's up? What's up? Go to jail tonight.
Yes, ma'am. We're Disneyland.
Go to jail tonight. I'm ready to go to jail tonight.
Men and women look at each other. We have it on
What's
video.
happening?
Y'all got me fucked up. Y'all got me fucked up.
I'm ready to go to jail tonight.
Toontown right in front of Goofy's. Right in front of Goofy's.
Fired on my motherfucking bitch. Put your hands on my
Yes,
bitch, nigga.
I mean, they're literally hitting each other. Men and women. Mr. Security here.
Bitch, what's up? They fucking walk.
Who? You hit my mother. You hit my mother, bitch. Hey.
Hey, do me a favor. Calm down.
Choke me out. That's no fake. Put your motherfucking hands around my neck. Bitch ass nigga. Where the fuck you at? Bitch my
They was jumping on you, I went trying to hit. My nigga, they was jumping on you, I went trying to hit.
Hey, look, crib, y'all got me fucked up out here.
Na ficha de inscrição perguntam como eu conheci o PNR. Vejam o que eu escrevi, que acho que é interessante. E pronto, entretanto, deixem-me só falar deste gajo. Que, como vocês viram aquele vídeo que eu mostrei, foi este. Não, foi qual? Acho que eu perdi o vídeo. Por favor, não vejam vídeos deste gajo. O nome é. Richard Gere. Ele é budista, por isso eu decidi mandar este e-mail ao Dalai Lama. E isto é o e-mail do Dalai Lama. Façam esse favor e mandem também para ele. Em que. É assim, eu vou usar o tradutor que é mais fácil para mim. Peço desculpa. Sei que sei a sua opinião sobre a massa e como é contra essa massa imigração e com
Don't disrespect my daughter's shit. I don't give a fuck, bitch.
It's all my daughter.
O que tu queres que eu faça? Já vi!
Let's go! Let's go! You got what you want? Let's go, mama. You got what you want? Get the fuck out my house. What's up, nigga? Get your stuff to go. Get your stuff to go. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about no video. I don't give a fuck about no video. Straight to the crap, bitch.
Qual?
What's What's up? What's up? Go to jail tonight.
Yes, ma'am. We're just
Go to jail tonight. I'm ready to go to jail tonight.
men and women with each other. We have them.
What's happening?
We're
I'm ready to go to
Quem
jail
viu mais
tonight.
nada? Quantos vídeos é que tu achas que eu vou ver?
Isso-
8 minutos?
Não, não é esse que eu quero mostrar.
Hey, lovely people, Kylie Doll.
Espera que eu digo, não é isso. Passou à frente.
B-side.
Yeah, we have. I know.
Então, não é isso que eu queria mostrar. É só um bocadinho. Estou-te a pedir.
E não interessa que tu me estás a pedir, só me estás a chatear, mais nada. Eu posso até ver, mas estou chateada.
Porquê?
Porque estou.
Porquê?
Porque estou, porque eu não queria ver.
The hood slurping, nigga. Get right, look, get right. Go. Get right. Get right. Damn. Bro, that weak ass slide. Damn. Get right. Fuck race track. Fuck race track. Fuck race track. For real.
Assim fica. Não sei. Pronto. Aqui. Não.
How rare the Pokemon is wholly unique into itself. Its Japanese name, Nokochi, is an anagram of Tsuchinoko. And if you thought that wasn't a blatant enough connection, consider the fact that Dunsparce is nicknamed the Land Snake, and Tsuchinoko literally means child of land. Then there's physical appearance. Dunsparce, as we said before, is this weird combination of pastel...
Quando eu estava em relação ao Richard. Ok? Estava a falar. Provavelmente é inútil, não vai ter impacto nenhum, mas. Só porque. Provavelmente. Necessário. A sua senti... Peço a sua santidade, Dalai Lama, por favor, se possível, essa é a sua santidade, Dalai Lama. Obrigado. Eu esqueci-me de onde.
Good morning, Your Holiness Dalai Lama. I know your opinion about mass immigration to Europe from North Africa, the Middle East and Sub-Saharan Africa. How holy it is against this mass immigration, and how favor all these immigrants return to their land when possible or necessary. I ask Your Holiness Dalai Lama, please, if possible, who speaks to celebrity Buddhist Richard Gere. Good morning, Your Holiness Dalai Lama. I know your opinion about mass immigration to Europe from North Africa, the Middle East and Sub-Saharan Africa. How holy it is against this mass immigration, and how favor all these immigrants return to their land when possible or necessary. I ask Your Holiness Dalai Lama, please, if possible, who speaks with celebrity Buddhist Richard Gere and convinces not to promote further immigration to Europe. Good morning, Your Holiness Dalai Lama. I know your opinion about mass immigration to Europe from North Africa, the Middle East and Sub-Saharan Africa. How holy it is against this mass immigration and how favor all these immigrants return to their land when possible or necessary. I ask Your Holiness Dalai Lama please, if possible, who speaks with celebrity Buddhist Richard Gere and convinces not to promote further immigration to Europe. And if one does not hear his words and deeds, Good morning, Your Holiness Dalai Lama. I know your opinion about mass immigration to Europe from North Africa, the Middle East and Sub-Saharan Africa. How Your Holiness is against this mass immigration and how Your Holiness Dalai Lama is for all these immigrants to return to their land when possible or necessary. I ask Your Holiness Dalai Lama please, if possible, who speaks with celebrity Buddhist Richard Gere and convinces not to promote further immigration to Europe. And if one does not hear his words and deep words, it would be possible to misunderstand Richard Gere as a Buddhist. Good morning, Your Holiness Dalai Lama. I know your opinion about mass immigration to Europe from North Africa, the Middle East and Sub-Saharan Africa. How Your Holiness is against this mass immigration and how Your Holiness Dalai Lama is for all these immigrants to return to their land when possible or necessary. I ask Your Holiness Dalai Lama please, if possible, who speaks with celebrity Buddhist Richard Gere and convinces not to promote further immigration to Europe. And if you do not hear your words and deep words, it would be possible to uncommunicate Richard Gere. Good morning, Your Holiness Dalai Lama. I know your opinion about mass immigration to Europe from North Africa, the Middle East and Sub-Saharan Africa. How Your Holiness is against this mass immigration and how Your Holiness Dalai Lama is for all these immigrants to return to their land when possible or necessary. I ask Your Holiness Dalai Lama please, if possible, who speaks with celebrity Buddhist Richard Gere and convinces not to promote further immigration to Europe. And if Richard Gere does not listen to your wise words and deep words, it would be possible to miscommunicate Richard Gere. Good morning, Your Holiness Dalai Lama. I know your opinion about mass immigration to Europe from North Africa, the Middle East and Sub-Saharan Africa. How Your Holiness is against this mass immigration, and how Your Holiness Dalai Lama is for all these immigrants to return to their land when possible or necessary. I ask Your Holiness Dalai Lama, please, if possible, who speaks with celebrity Buddhist Richard Gere and convinces not to promote further immigration to Europe. And if Richard Gere does not listen to your wise words and deep words, it would be possible to miscommunicate Richard Gere. Question mark, question mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. His Holiness Dalai Lama is better Pope than Pope Francis. His opinions are opinions that Pope should have. P.S. I agree with Your Holiness Dalai Lama. If Your Holiness incarnates as a woman, and I agree you must incarnate as a woman, all good and beautiful. Can I ask, wonder, when Your Holiness incarnates, do you remember past life? Do you remember password, phone number, etc.? Or sorry, little clips from the past life.
Eu vou parar agora um bocadinho e aqui um bocado eu vou preencher aquelas partes que tenho sempre à mão e depois vou enviar. Tchau.
That year, and backers were in full force, myself included.
Myself, with the help of a few people. Because we're going to be talking about Kemet. What's Kemet, Jim? I don't know what Kemet is. Of course you don't, you white dumb motherfucker. The only things you know about is how to interbreed with your sisters. Some modern scholars, such as W.E.B. Du Bois, Chancellor Williams, Sheikh Anta Diop, John G. Jackson, Ivan van Sertima, Martin Bernal, and Segan Magbagbulata have supported the theory that the ancient Egyptian society was mostly black. The frequently criticized Journal of African Civilizations has continually advocated that Egypt should be viewed as a black civilization. Supporters of the black Egyptian hypothesis claim that the name Kemet, used by Egyptians to describe themselves or their land, depending on your point of view, meant black. Now, I don't know if you racists can handle the journey we're about to take, but that is the first step. That is the first step right there. We are talking about Kemet. Now, you white people, you like to call it Egyptology, but the official term, the woke term, is Negrotology, because we're studying black people. We are exploring Kangs. And of course, ain't it typical that along comes Whitey and snatches up a term he doesn't understand? Egyptology. You racist motherfuckers. You know, it's not the first time you've done it. Hell, you assholes have been doing it the last 2 years. You remember that whole Kek thing? Ancient primordial god of chaos. Yeah, that's right, you milk-drinking neo-Nazis. That god you've been worshipping is a black man. Yeah, you get fucking dunked on, white boy. My dick!
Right! That's right! That's right! That's right!
Now, I don't blame you for coming in here and trying to steal their gods. Black people are magical. They're full of whim and whimsy.
To me, it look like a leprechaun to me. All I gotta do is look up in the tree. Who else seen the leprechaun say yeah?
They're mythical beings that inhabit our world. That's right. Expectro Nictronum Abracablacia. And it's because of this mystical, innate ability of theirs to be tuned in to the real that we're going to be guided here on out through experts in the field of Kemet. I'm talking real respected Negrotologists. And I can think of no better man to start our journey. Shaka Amos. You may remember him from last year. That's right. This wordsmith, this modern-day poet, the man that speaks about the past and gets the truth out to you white fucking devils, Shaka Amos. A respected figure. Take a look at that Facebook page. Come on, white boy. You know you want to prep that bull. Now, Shaka, when he's not laying down sick beats and putting out the truth, he's running the Nile Valley movement. It's a collection of people that are trying to get the word out about Kemet. And make no mistake, Shaka runs that shit, yo. I am Shaka Amos, the founder, prime representative, and first ambassador of the Nile Valley movement. Except no imposters. If you want to know who runs this, it is Shaka Amos. And so I will use the resources of this man, this Nile Valley movement leader, to get the truth out to you so you can spread it to the rest of the whiteys. And we are talking about vast resources. Just look at that website. You can tell it's chock full. It's chock full of scholarly work that is obviously very well researched by highly accredited individuals that are abreast and current of all things related to Egypt. This is where I go when I want to get woke. Now, one of the really great qualities about Shaka is that he's not afraid to lead through conflict.
I welcome all consequences. All. I must. If I'm to be true to my eye, I must welcome all consequences.
And after all, who doesn't love a good confrontation? It is the way that you propel ideas forward, that you create new knowledge, and through that new knowledge have a better understanding of the past. And Shaka is committed to that. That's why he's always available for open and honest debate.
This is not for me, Seti. This is for a community you are trying to destroy for your own glory. Because you want to be the next Ashra Kwesi. You want to be the one who gets Dr. Ben's legacy. No, brother, you got to earn that.
I don't know about you, but I am excited about this debate. We're going to get to see two scholars go head-to-head on critical issues to the community. Let's see what his worthy opponent has to say.
Nigga in the room and me ain't no telling what I do to ya. It's obvious the game new to ya.
Yeah! Disrespecting that man's name up and down social media, misrepresenting what he stood for. Dr. Ben was all about respect.
Take your fuck ass somewhere, nigga, and go somewhere and sit on that nasty ass couch, nigga.
So far, my score is 2-2. Point, counterpoint, point, counterpoint. Where can it go from here?
The first week that he got back, a little wannabe gangster talking about fuck niggas and I got guns, shot him in the head.
And I told you niggas I was on top. And you know why I'm on top? Because I'm a real motherfucking nigga. I don't play no games with no bitch ass niggas.
Who knew that Uncle Ruckus would be a member of the Nile Valley movement? My mind is blown.
And you think you can just disrespect that man and you not disrespecting Dr. Ben's legacy?
Fuck shit.
I'm not throwing Reggie under the bus. Stop being a little girl and getting offended and sensitive every time I say your name, Reg. I love you and I respect you, but I gotta set the record clear.
Y'all some bitch ass nigga. If I was a woman, I woke up and I saw your ass in there typing on the motherfucking computer, and I looked down and saw that shit. I said, bitch ass nigga, get your ass up and get the fuck up out of here.
Well, consider me elucidated. I am enlightened. My third eye is now officially open. I've listened to the important things for this community, and I have a better understanding. And who would have thought that these two black brothers would have such a heated intellectual debate? Why, just a few months before this, they were sitting down discussing the real issues.
So whatever happened to his ass after that, he asked for it. See, that opened up the thing about the police.
But Shaka Amos, he doesn't just confine himself to YouTube debates. No, this is a man who puts his money where his mouth is. If you talk shit about Shaka Amos, he will come into your house and he will debate your ass in person. He's afraid of no challenge. And what a challenge was leveled at him when Kemet was put on trial by the black Israelites. Prepare to get woke.
Kemet on trial, title of that damn lecture. Destroyed the Hebrews with the power of our ancestors. Our clans better didn't talk or debate on Daniela. Or Zion Lex, don't hate on Kemet, y'all fans betcha.
And right out of the gates, Shaka Amos made it clear that he wasn't here to play games. He was here to educate.
I didn't come here to entertain you. I came here to teach you. There's not a Hebrew Israelite breathing that can teach my child.
He's not going to let those goddamn Jews mess with his kid's head. He's going to give him the real knowledge. The knowledge given to him by the pharaohs.
I told you it was too heavy for you. You just dropped it on the floor because it was too heavy for you.
So after Shaka's amazing opening bid, where he discussed...
Ok, deixa-me dar ok. Que podemos ver? 0, 0, 9, 1. Ups. Para que Parece que não está ninguém à porta. Ok.
Discusses how gravity works and dazzles the minds of those goddamn Ebes. The new blood steps in, because I don't want to give you the impression that this community is just Shaka Amos. No, there's a whole collection of people. Like Polite.
He let the women eat their own babies. How come God couldn't put a spirit on the Israelites and stop them from eating their own children?
Goddamn baby eaters. I think we're all familiar with the fact that those Jews love eating babies. If you've ever seen a rabbi at a bris, you know what I'm talking about.
That's right. That's right.
Now I'm going to ask, if God could put a spirit in swine and stop it from eating, why can't God put a spirit on the Israelites and stop them from being homosexual?
Gay baby-eating Jews.
You know why King James wrote this book? He said because the witches and the tooth fairies was on his heels. And he had to get this shit off before they do something to him. Start reading from page 5. King James wrote this shit because the tooth fairy backed his ass down.
Now, for any of you Christians out there, if you go and check out the King James Version of the Bible, I think it's in Deuteronomy 10:14, which says the following. And that bitch-ass nigger, King James, got run the fuck out by a real badass tooth fairy. What a fucking pussy.
If you can't trust people who read the King James Bible because you might start high-fiving people on the butt, then why would you have teammates that believe in the King James Bible?
This is one of the main reasons I don't go to church anymore. I can't stand those goddamn Protestants constantly slapping my ass when I'm trying to pray. And for anyone out there that's ever been to a debate at Oxford, you know how the crowd responds when somebody makes an excellent point. That's right. Air horns.
That's right. I own you.
Now, Shaka and Polite and the others that were on the side of the Kemet community, they still had opposition. The black Israelites came prepared. They were there to talk about the issues. You know, before today, I wasn't sure where Polite spent his little nigger pennies. Maybe he went to little nigger wishing wells and made little nigger wishes. But now I know he gives them to old white men that design shitty fashion.
Now the Egyptians was the first one to wrestle naked. Now you notice right here, you see the Sula, right? Or the Herula. Is that Shaka up there?
Somebody sent Shaka's ass to the burn ward because he got blown the fuck out.
Okay, it says it suggests a history of crocodile doodle. Doodle! Goddamn doodle goes in the woman's vagina!
There is nothing more important than the black community coming together to discuss scientific fact. Shaka taught us about gravity, and now the black Israelites are going to explain the biology behind cramming shit inside a woman's pussy.
Really makes you think.
Male semen is used as a flavor.
And that is why I never go to a black-owned bakery. Trust me, the brownies are fucking awful. With stimulating intellectual debates such as this, it's no wonder that Kemet really is a principled, researched, well, expanded on philosophy, ideology, historical outlook. How can you look at that and think, this is complete made-up bullshit? Now, I mentioned earlier that there's young blood in the Kemet community. Sure, Shaka's at the top, but there are up-and-comers looking to woke your ass just as much as him.
Come on!
Now,
a maioria dos pretos da América não são descendentes de escravos trazidos, mas são Mas são graças ao ato de nacionalidade de 1952, já disse isso. Até porque quando acabou a escravatura na América, e ninguém está a dizer que a escravatura é uma coisa correta, quando acabou a escravatura na América, a maioria dos pretos foram para a Libéria. E depois vocês sabem.
Pharaoh Allah, or as he's known on the streets, Blakuma, is what we refer to as a wokter. That is a doctor that specializes in wokeness. If I were to try to explain to you stupid crackers what exactly a wokter does, I'd probably say it's like a proctologist, except instead of examining the shit already in your body, they're shoving it up on in there themselves. He excises ignorance using the scalpels of knowledge and his vast academic resources. Though you shouldn't try this at home, he is a professional, and there is a danger if you try to do what he does without the proper training and years of schooling.
1 + 8 = 9, 9 = born. Once you become the number of born or manifestation, they tell you to what? Vote. Your large intestine is actually the brain for your physical body. Another occultic practice that you niggas bought cancerous ass chicken wings and pork and motherfucking they was sexually raping cows and impregnating them and you was eating the cheese. This video was about the CERN machine and how it is being used by Caucasians as well as reptilian extraterrestrials to open up interdimensional portals on this planet to allow demonic spirits to enter into our realm.
For ages before Frankenstein controls eight-pointed niggers interbreedable with apes had no alphabet, not even numerals.
A two-headed dog with 6 legs. Is it possible that a similar creature existed thousands of years ago? And I say yes.
My mind is just mush right now. Where am I? Who am I? I don't even know what's going on anymore. I am so woke, I am beyond woke. This is the after woke effect. I'm a little disoriented. The room is spinning slightly. Pharaoh Allah he's chakra fucked me into enlightenment. I wonder what other vast resources he happens to have available for us snowmen. I'm not seeing any links to wait a minute. What the fuck is that? Is that just from the background image he's using, or is that his website?
Time to get my own platform. So with that being said, all of my YouTube videos are hooked up to my website. I'll give you the address to the website in a sec. Which is theblackwomanisgod.1.
Holy shit, it's his website. Well, we have to take a look at that. The Black Woman is God. Our mission is the complete spiritual, mental, and physical liberation of all melanated beings of the planet Earth by any means necessary. I don't think I'm familiar with that term. What exactly is melanated? Melanin is important because it's the most primitive and universal pigment in living organisms. Melanin is produced in the pineal gland. Melanin controls all mental and physical body activities. Melanin is an extremely stable molecule and highly resistant to the digestion by most acids and bases, and is one of the hardest molecules to ever be analyzed. If you do not purify your melanin molecules, you will not heal your body of diseases. Melanin gives black people more superior physical, mental, and spiritual ability. Black melanin is necessary in order for humans to reproduce. Melanin is present at the inception of life. A melanin sheath covers both the sperm and the egg in the human embryo. The melanocytes, brain and nerve cells all originate from the same place, the neural crest. Melanocytes resemble nerve cells and are essential for conveying energy. I feel like we've stumbled onto something here that's larger than any of us. I think that we cave dwellers really need to pay attention because this might be the final woke pill. The original woman. Hair that defies gravity and resembles the galaxy. Her hair is an extension of her nervous system. She is naturally psychic. Her melanated eyes absorb more colors. Her melanated taste buds taste the full flavor of food. Her ears absorb the full range of sounds. Her breast milk is superior to any other female breast milk. She is the mother of civilization. Melanated organs are superior to organs without it. She is sacred. The only woman that possesses all phenotypes, physical characteristics, so she can make a baby with any physical characteristics. Hue means color. Natural, strong, physically and mentally. She is protected by the guardians of the galaxy, the black men. No other woman compares to the black woman, and that was God's decision. Research your beginnings. Start with Kemet, Ra, and the Iceman. According to the Center for Disease Control, CDC, your self-styled superior skin, marvelous blue eyes, and gorgeous blonde hair are destroyed by the natural sunlight in as much as 10 minutes of exposure. Lol. Mother Nature and the Son of God have rejected and condemned you. You have to put something synthetic, man-made on your skin to protect you from that which is natural. You are a mutant reptilian who has become the joke of the planet. So wait, are we the inferior ones? Is there any hope? I realize there are some people here that are non-melanated. That is the alien race, who lacks of melanin, who compares us to monkeys, and this person should be called up on. Why do you non-melanated people, aka whites, Europeans, Pikachu-Aryans? Indo-Europeans, come to all African sites. My message to non-melanated peoples, all whites, is that fire will consume y'all, because y'all are unwanted. Scandals rock Pokemon community. YouTubers fallen from grace. Oh God, not the Pokemon. The last bastion of innocence on the internet. I hope Ash and Gary are okay. I hope they haven't been lured into a van with the promises of candy and Pokeballs. Hey there, Gary. I see you like the Pokemons. Why don't you come into my van over here? Well, you like Diglets, Gary? I've got a big Diglett for you. We can make them evolve together. You don't want to fall behind Ash, do you? He's been in my van a few times. What do you think his Pikachu got so strong, Gary? Come on in. Now I wonder what this story entails, because there's no way, like the last 14 stories just like it, that it could involve pedophilia and a kids-oriented hobby. The Pokemon YouTube community is currently engulfed in a series of scandals as 5 different influencers face sexual assault allegations involving underage partners. They couldn't just settle on 1 or 2 perverts. We need 5 of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5! Yes, apparently the Pokemon YouTube community is rife with sexual predators. A shocking revelation, I know, but thankfully a Twitch streamer by the name of Attack on Sylvian, or Felicity, dropped the bomb on what's going on.
He knew. He knew all the things that had been done to me by other people. And he still decided that. He wanted to, I guess, take advantage of my young mind. And I understand, like, half of it's my fault. Because I was 15 and I should have known better. And I wanted to tell someone so bad.
Well, that is legitimately depressing. Once again, perverts have
Eles invadiram Angola vindo do centro centro da África, e agora exigem dinheiro. Eles invadem do centro da... invadiram Angola, Moçambique, Zimbábue, do centro, e agora exigem dinheiro.
Very good ideas, and like you mentioned, they are temporary. So I'd like to run by you my idea of a long-term solution, which is for the EU, particularly former empires, the British Empire, French Empire, the Italian Empire, to pay reparations. I ain't finished yet. To pay reparations to the country that they had previously colonised within the last 80 years. You can boo me all you like, baby. You can boo me all you like, baby. Anyway, may I continue, please? The lover of democracy, can I continue? So, I'd like to run by. So, what do you think about member states, former empires, ensuring there is economic and political stability in these former colonized countries, so then we won't have to migrate here to cold countries? And I mean that by temperature, and I also mean that by your lack of welcoming to these people. Then, I'm almost finished. Then we will be able to stay in our countries and rebuild after you destroyed these countries. Thank you.
Se um dia for português. Se um dia for português. Eu sou português. Se um dia for primeiro-ministro de Portugal ou presidente da República, ou ambos, eu vou exigir ao contrário. Eu exigir que Portugal receba, no mínimo, 1 trilhão. Ok, 1 trilhão é muito. 1 bilhão de euros, ou o dinheiro que for na altura, dólares. Toneladas de ouro, não interessa, de Angola e de Moçambique, pelos investimentos que nós tivemos em pessoas, pelo investimento que nós tivemos em pessoas, armas, barcos, navios e tudo mais, e por eles terem invadido Angola e Moçambique, vindo só aqui com desculpa, estou um bocado mal disposto e nervoso. Nós chegamos aqui Congo. Já mostrei isto várias vezes, vamos lá outra vez mostrar. E eles invadiram a petalhada pretos. Eu não odeio ninguém. Eles eram daqui, desta zona. Invadiram, vieram por aqui. Eles eram daqui. Desta zona aqui. Mais até daqui. E invadiram estes países todos aqui. Moçambique, Nâmbia, Suazilândia, Zimbábue, Zâmbia. Suazilândia, onde é que está Suazilândia? Coitadinho da Suazilândia. Suazilândia. Invadiram, eles eram daqui, invadiram. Ao princípio eram só alguns. Por exemplo, antes do século XVII, antes do século XVIII, pretos em Angola eram menos de 100 mil. E o mesmo em Moçambique. Vieram daqui, invadiram, né? E depois no final, no caso de Portugal 75, expulsaram-nos à força. Por isso, quem merece reparations somos nós. Vamos agora ver este vídeo.
So Jeffrey Epstein has died in an alleged suicide while on Suicide Watch 24/7 in jail. We're going to get into that. Unfortunately, I am on YouTube, and YouTube is attempting to, quote, rein in conspiracy theories, as this recent Huffington Post article talks about that I've been over with you before. So we're not going to give my conspiracy theory or a conspiracy theory against the mainstream narrative. We're going to give a theory about the mainstream narrative, because I do have questions about the mainstream narrative of this story. We're going to get into that. We're also going to get into the protocols under U.S. law 28 CFR 552.42, suicide watch conditions. We're going to go through the protocols of how an inmate should be treated under the protocols of 24/7 suicide watch, especially one of a higher profile like Jeffrey Epstein. We're going to get into the statistics of how many people are actually able to successfully commit suicide while on 24/7 suicide watch, which will shock you, of course. We're going to get into all of that. We're also going to get into Bill Barr launching an investigation into the death of Jeffrey Epstein, which should be fun. We're going to get into the alleged camera malfunction, the Associated Press reporting a cardiac arrest, all of that ahead. But before we get started, I just want to thank this video's sponsor, Noble Gold. Did you know that every single year the U.S. Mint releases new coins into its America the Beautiful 5-ounce coin series? This year, the Mint has chosen to celebrate quite a few, like War in the Pacific National Historic Park, the San Antonio Missions, and the River of No Return. These slices of American history are different.
Manifestantes contestaram uma conferência nacionalista europeia em Lisboa. A manifestação foi organizada por 65 organizações. Compareceram dezenas de pessoas, incluindo deputados do Bloco de Esquerda e militantes do LIVRE e do MAS. Já a Conferência Nacionalista foi organizada pelo movimento Nova Ordem Social, liderado por Mário Machado, e contou com a presença de 6 partidos e movimentos nacionalistas de Espanha, Bulgária, Itália, Alemanha e França. Manifestantes contestaram uma conferência nacionalista europeia em Lisboa. A manifestação foi organizada por 65 organizações. Compareceram dezenas de pessoas, incluindo deputados do Bloco de Esquerda e militantes do LIVRE e do MAS. Já a Conferência Nacionalista foi organizada pelo movimento Nova Ordem Social, liderado por Mário Machado, e contou com a presença de 6 partidos e movimentos nacionalistas de Espanha, Bulgária, Itália, Alemanha e França. A conferência foi autorizada pelas autoridades e vigiada pelos serviços portugueses de segurança. Manifestantes contestaram uma conferência nacionalista europeia em Lisboa. A manifestação foi organizada por 65 organizações. Compareceram dezenas de pessoas, incluindo deputados do Bloco de Esquerda e militantes do LIVRE e do MAS. Já a Conferência Nacionalista foi organizada pelo movimento Nova Ordem Social, liderado por Mário Machado, e contou com a presença de 6 partidos e movimentos nacionalistas de Espanha, Bulgária, Itália, Alemanha e França. A conferência foi autorizada pelas autoridades e vigiada pelos serviços portugueses de segurança. Manifestantes contestaram uma conferência nacionalista europeia em Lisboa. A manifestação foi organizada por 65 organizações. Compareceram dezenas de pessoas, incluindo deputados do Bloco de Esquerda e militantes do LIVRE e do MAS. Já a Conferência Nacionalista foi organizada pelo movimento Nova Ordem Social, liderado por Mário Machado, e contou com a presença de 6 partidos e movimentos nacionalistas de Espanha, Bulgária, Itália, Alemanha e França. A conferência foi autorizada pelas autoridades e vigiada pelos serviços portugueses de segurança. Manifestantes contestaram uma conferência nacionalista europeia em Lisboa. A manifestação foi organizada por 65 organizações. Compareceram dezenas de pessoas, incluindo deputados do Bloco de Esquerda e militantes do LIVRE e do MAS. Já a Conferência Nacionalista foi organizada pelo movimento Nova Ordem Social, liderado por Mário Machado, e contou com a presença de 6 partidos e movimentos nacionalistas de Espanha, Bulgária, Itália, Alemanha e França. A conferência foi autorizada pelas autoridades e vigiada pelos serviços portugueses de segurança. Manifestantes contestaram uma conferência nacionalista europeia em Lisboa. A manifestação foi organizada por 65 organizações. Compareceram dezenas de pessoas, incluindo deputados do Bloco de Esquerda e militantes do LIVRE e do MAS. Já a Conferência Nacionalista foi organizada pelo movimento Nova Ordem Social, liderado por Mário Machado, e contou com a presença de 6 partidos e movimentos nacionalistas de Espanha, Bulgária, Itália, Alemanha e França. A conferência foi autorizada pelas autoridades e vigiada pelos serviços portugueses de segurança.
Difficult to get a hold of, and they sell out quick. Noble Gold has managed to secure some. They're doing a combo of their own best-selling Trump 2020 Freedom 1-ounce silver coin with one of the America the Beautiful coins. To take advantage of this offer, please go to the link in the description and type in Vincent James 25, Vincent James 25 to get your $25 off today. Thank you, and it helps the channel out a lot. So let's get into this story here first. This was reported just a day or two prior to the alleged suicide by Jeffrey Epstein in jail while on suicide watch. Jeffrey Epstein sent underage girl to governor and senator for sex. She testified. According to this story here, Jeffrey Epstein and a friend sent an underage girl to have sex with former New Mexico Governor Bill Richardson, former U.S. Senator George Mitchell, and an asset manager, Glenn Dublin. She testified in court documents that were made public for the first time Friday. Allegations the three deny. She also says that she was sent to modeling executives Jean-Luc Brunel and the late MIT scientist Marvin Minsky, according to parts of a 2016 deposition she gave. Now, I think back to this tweet by a comedian that was recently posted, I believe, on Twitter. Clinton breakfast table. Bill, Jeff Epstein is dead. Hillary nods and then puts hot sauce on an aborted fetus. Now, while that is a joke, I have trouble believing that it's actually too far from the truth. Now, like I said, YouTube, please don't delete my channel for sharing conspiracy theories like the conspiracy theory that Don Jr. was accused of for not believing the mainstream narrative.
Peço desculpa, até fico gago. É a autêntica interferência de estrangeiros, apretalhada, como esta. Andar a fazer manifestações contra o nacionalismo português. Imaginem, a escala é diferente, mas imaginem que vocês chegassem, convidassem alguém ou deixassem alguém entrar em vossa casa e a primeira coisa que eu fazia era dar a opinião de como vocês deviam controlar a vossa casa, não é? E dizer que vocês não deviam poder gostar de vocês mesmos e da vossa casa porque vocês convidaram para ir à casa à vossa casa. Se vocês estão a tentar perceber a minha...
Hello, world champions. Today is a good day to die. It appears the men.
Só um bocadinho que eu estou a escrever aqui um bocadinho. Esqueci.
Manifestantes.
Many mysteries surrounding Jeffrey Epstein may never be solved. The billionaire who was never a billionaire, the investor who never invested, the hidden safe full of Patrick Bateman's videotapes, his flight logs with the who's who of the Democrat Party, his initial escape from justice under the auspices of some shadowy intelligence agency. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, and yes, I just assumed your genders, the August 10th, 2019 death by suicide of Jeffrey Epstein comes as a weird, paradoxically unsurprising shock to anyone who's ever heard the term Arkancide.
What is he doing?
He's beginning to believe.
By the asshole-ish nature of the great cosmic wave, yet again we enjoyed the salty crest of a wind tsunami only to crash into the polluted trough of an eel slime Democrat mating ritual. The God knows what inside the loser head of Jeffrey Epstein, who once seemed the most glorious karmic Jenga piece in modern history, is now forever lost to that ineffable nothing hole where random access memory goes when you gotta cold reboot your Sims game. And yet, while I am most certainly venting my frustration stumbling around the nearest dive bar / strip club combo performing World Wrestling Federation moves on otherwise upstanding inanimate objects, and also because literally everyone is going to have some kind of take on this, and I imagine they'll all be the same, I'd just like to point out two quick things that might otherwise get left unsaid.
Sounds like she's hitting a baby with a cat.
You have to listen to the notes she's not playing.
One, and this should make you feel considerably better, even your 110-year-old Amish neighbor is probably going to roll by in his horse copter later today and say, "Fucking Clintons, eh?" If you already know that every single report on Epstein's death is going to mention Arkancide in the Clinton body count, and every single report does mention Arkancide in the Clinton body count, then I assure you that the man who just defeated the greatest political infection in human history was probably aware that this was a possibility. And two, if we're on board with the idea that the only way Trump won in 2016 was with likely decades of planning and a private, world-class counterintelligence operation, and definitely on board with the idea that of course Trump would have thought of the possibility of Epstein being taken out, the combination of these assumptions and what we've already witnessed Trump do with barium meals, honeypots, etc. actually points to a very interesting scenario. If Jeffrey Epstein is
hello
dead,
there,
and we
sugar
accept that
tits.
Trump knew this might happen, which I think we ought to, then we know one of the following two is true. Either Trump was powerless to protect a critically important key witness, or it didn't actually matter whether Epstein lived or died.
Started out as a joke, has turned out to be a disaster.
He appears to be in very serious condition.
The man alive.
He dies. He dies.
If Trump was powerless to protect the single most integral element of his takedown of the deep state and globalist elite, well, that's the video everyone else is going to make. I'm not saying it's not worth thinking about, but if that actually is the case, we've got bigger problems that none of us are powerful enough to do anything about. What I think is more interesting, and what actually better fits observed behavior and known history, is the possibility that it didn't matter to Trump whether Epstein lived or died. In fact, it's entirely possible, given what we're told about the quote-unquote suicide, that the Trump DOJ actually wanted someone to be stupid enough to take Epstein out. If Epstein didn't matter, that would imply that Trump and his team already know everything Epstein knows and already have evidence of anything Epstein could attest to. It's always logical to assume the President of the United States knows both a lot more than you or I, John Q. Public, and if you're really intelligent, you'll assume he also knows a lot more than he'll ever publicly admit.
My people are out there. They're like fucking Indians. You're not gonna see them, you're not gonna hear about them. You will not ever know the identity of undercover people. Unfortunately, this shithole has more fucking leaks than the Iraqi Navy.
Fuck yourself.
Well, I'm tired from fucking your wife.
How's your mother?
Good, she's tired from fucking my father. Maybe fuck yourself. My theory on feds is they're like mushrooms. Feed them shit and keep them in the dark.
Epstein being murdered in such a controlled environment smells as much of bait and sting as it does of conspiracy cover-up. There is nothing I, on the periphery, know that the fucking President of the United States doesn't know better, and know in more detail. I remind you of Comrade Fudge and the 48-hour fudge rule, and most of all, I remind you that if we're going to mentally survive that asshole-ish nature of the great cosmic wave long enough to win again in 2020, we must endeavor to choose to see the positive side of things whenever possible. And in this case, that happens to be the sweet release of the knowledge that if God is dead, as Nietzsche said, then so too, forever, is Jeffrey Epstein. And if right now, Nietzsche is deep-throating humble pot, thank you for watching.
And today on the channel, we're going to be talking about DC Universe Online for the Nintendo Switch. Now, this release...
Mas eu quero mesmo.
Hello, this is Tony Heller from RealClimateScience.com, setting the record straight about climate. The Washington Post motto is, "Democracy dies in darkness." There's two ways of interpreting that. One is that it's a warning, and the other is that it's their plan. Here's the headlines on Google News today. Washington Post. Greenland is on track to lose most ice on record this year and has already shed 250 billion tons. And then, Live Science. Greenland lost 217 billion tons of ice last month. And CBS News. Greenland melt. Greenland's ice sheet just lost 11 billion tons of ice in one day. Wow, that sounds bad. We really messed up the climate this time. It says it right there in the Washington Post. Here's the surface mass balance graph for Greenland from the Danish Meteorological Institute. This graph shows that snow starts accumulating on Greenland about the beginning of September and keeps falling there until the end of May. On average, about 600 billion tons of snow accumulates on Greenland's surface between the beginning of September and the end of May. If there wasn't any loss of ice from Greenland during the summer, that snow would just keep piling up higher and higher every year till it got up to the top of the troposphere. Obviously that can't happen, so there's two mechanisms by which Greenland loses mass during the summertime. One is by melting from the surface, which you can see in this curve here. For about 2.5 months a year, temperatures on parts of the ice sheet are above freezing, and quite a bit of melting occurs, typically around 200 billion tons during the summer melt. This gray area shows the typical range of the surface mass balance. Some years there's a lot of new snow left over at the end of the summer, and other years there's a lot less. Melting from the surface is not the only way that Greenland loses ice. As snow accumulates in the interior of Greenland, it turns to ice, and then it flows downhill towards the sea and calves off into the ocean. Glaciers are rivers of ice. They're very similar to rivers of water, except that they're much more viscous and they flow much more slowly. Think about how slowly a river of molasses would flow. And ice is much more viscous than even molasses, so it'll flow very slowly. The fastest glaciers in Greenland move towards the sea somewhere in the range of 10 feet per day. So between the two mechanisms of surface melt and glaciers flowing into the sea, Greenland typically loses about as much mass every year as it gains. But as far as the surface mass balance goes, a lot less snow melts every year than falls during the winter. A notable exception to this was the year 2012, shown with the red line. You can see that almost all of the snow that fell during the winter melted during the summer. There was only about 50 billion tons of new snow remaining at the end of the summer in 2012. And the blue line shows the surface mass balance for this year. You can see that less snow than average fell during the winter, and it's been melting relatively quickly. So maybe the Washington Post is telling the truth when they say Greenland is on track to lose most ice on record this year and has already shed 250 billion tons. Well, let's take a look at that. I annotated the Danish Meteorological Institute graph. The red rectangle shows the melt which occurred during the year 2012, and the blue rectangle shows the melt which has occurred this year. As you can see, a lot more melt occurred during the year 2012 than this year, almost twice as much. Short of an asteroid strike, it's extremely unlikely that this year could catch up with 2012. In fact, since they started out a lower number, it's probably mathematically impossible for this year to exceed 2012. Temperatures have already turned cold in Greenland, and this is going to flatline pretty soon. Probably somewhere around here is where the final surface mass balance will end up. This year will end up low, but it'll still be within the normal gray range. So the Washington Post, Democracy Dies in Darkness, is spreading misinformation. Their headline here is simply not true, like so many of their other headlines. Now let's look at the other out-of-context hysteria being promoted by Live Science and CBS News. Greenland lost 217 billion tons of ice last month. Greenland melt. Greenland's ice sheet just lost 11 billion tons of ice in one day. Wow, 11 billion tons in one day. That sounds like a lot. People on the beach better pack up and run away. These people on the beach this afternoon in Miami must be really terrified. Look at that panic. Obviously, I'm being facetious. 11 billion tons of ice melt in Greenland will produce a completely imperceptible sea level rise, a tiny fraction of a millimeter. Now let's look at the graph of daily surface mass balance from the Danish Meteorological Institute. These blue spikes from September till May correspond to large snowstorms in Greenland. On 2 days last November, one day they got 10 billion tons of new snow, and the next day they got 12 billion tons of new snow. But of course, people at the Washington Post and other news agencies don't report on these huge snowstorms which fall on Greenland during the winter. Instead of reporting on the dozen large snowstorms during the winter, they report on the one large melting event in the summer, which was actually smaller than the largest snowstorm. So for the press, this one event in the summer is climate, and all of these large snowstorms in the winter were just weather. And on average, much more snow falls during the winter than melts during the summer. This year, the total mass gain will be smaller than average, but when August ends, it'll still be about 200 billion tons more snow on the surface than there was a year earlier. And if it wasn't for glaciers flowing down to the sea and calving, this would keep piling up, like I said earlier, till it got to the top of the troposphere. Obviously, that can't happen. In order to remain in equilibrium, it's nowhere near a record low. The record low is actually way down here, and it's just about average for the date in recent years. Here's a graph of the Multi-Agency Sea Ice Index, MASI, every day since their start of records at the beginning of 2006. Every winter, the Arctic gains ice, and every summer it loses it. It forms a nice cyclical waveform. One year that was very interesting was 2012, which had the highest maximum and also the smallest minimum during the summer. This point here is the current date, and you can see that it's nowhere near the 2012 minimum. In this next graph, I've plotted out the maximum extent, the average extent, and the minimum extent for every year in the MASI record. As you can see, there's no trend in any of them. Maximums are not getting larger or smaller, average is not getting larger or smaller, and the minimum is doing the same thing. It's just a flat line going from left to right across the graph. This little spike at the end in 2019 for the average and minimum don't mean anything because the summer's not over yet, and both of these will get lower as the summer progresses. But here's the alarmist, really big problem for the rest of the summer. This is today's map of Arctic sea ice extent from the National Snow and Ice Data Center in Boulder, Colorado. Almost all of the ice in the East Siberian and the Chukchi Seas has already melted out. This ice near the North Pole is not going to melt. Temperatures are already dropping below freezing there. So the only hope for climate alarmists at this point is for this ice in the Beaufort Sea to melt. Here's the weather forecast for the next 2 weeks from the National Center for Environmental Prediction. As you can see, the Beaufort Sea is very cold. Temperatures are already below freezing there, and they're just going to get colder. And the freezing temperatures are going to spread into northern Alaska next week. It's been extremely cloudy in this region of the Arctic the last few weeks. There's no sun hitting the water. Unless a big winter storm comes and breaks up this ice, it's not going to melt. It's possible that could happen. That's what happened in 2012 when they had the record low. But an early winter storm would have nothing to do with global warming. Climate alarmists are going to have to get out their blowtorches if they want to get a big melt this year. The prospects are not looking good for them right now with the cold weather over the Beaufort Sea. Now let's compare the current extent of Arctic sea ice with what it looked like in 1971. This map was published in 1971, and they claim that sea ice is at a record.
As far as reputation goes, Epic has been in something of a...
If you've ever wanted to solve a mystery...
You know, when you wake up every morning, thirsty with the desire to do battle with the evils and anti-rationalities of the world, one thing that is substantially required is hope. And I'll tell you, my friends, straight up, I was not feeling it this morning when I woke up and checked the news and found out that Jeffrey Epstein had died. Jeffrey Epstein. I'm going to go through some of the facts here, and then we'll talk about what it means. So, the FBI has launched an investigation after billionaire pedophile Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide by, quote, hanging himself in prison, quote, one day after a lawsuit by one of his sex slaves was unsealed, and this lawsuit named a host of his powerful friends, top-ranking Democrats and Prince Andrew and others, and he hanged himself, according to the story now. There are conflicting reports as to whether he was on suicide.
Pessoas como Jeffrey Epstein não têm consciência, por isso eu duvido muito que suicidam-se por fazerem coisas mal, e tenho quase que são covardes o suficiente para não se suicidar.
Hello, this is Tony Heller from Real Climate Science.
You know, when you wake up every morning, thirsty with the desire to do battle with the evils and anti-rationalities of the world, one thing that is substantially required is hope. And I'll tell you, my friends, straight up, I was not feeling it this morning when I woke up and checked the news and found out that Jeffrey Epstein had died. Jeffrey Epstein. Now, I'm going to go through some of the facts here, and then we'll talk about what it means. So, the FBI has launched an investigation after billionaire pedophile Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide by, quote, hanging himself in prison, quote, one day after. A lawsuit by one of his sex slaves was unsealed, and this lawsuit named a host of his powerful friends, top-ranking Democrats and Prince Andrew and others, and he hanged himself, according to the story. Now, there are conflicting reports as to whether he was on suicide watch or not, because, of course, he had been put on suicide watch because 2 weeks ago he had allegedly or reportedly tried to kill himself, so he's on suicide watch. And you can check online and find there's like a 25-page document about what's supposed to happen in that locale when a prisoner is on suicide watch. He's not supposed to have anything that he could remotely harm himself with. He's supposed to be under surveillance all the time, but yeah. Saturday morning, according to reports, he just hanged himself. Nobody was watching, nobody interfered, nobody intervened, nobody raised the alarm, just discovered by prison guards just before 7 a.m. Rushed to a nearby hospital. He was pronounced dead a short time later. Now, don't worry, folks, the FBI has launched an investigation into this death. Yeah, don't worry, just take a deep breath with me. And hold your breath until such time as they tell you exactly what happened. Just like they did with the Las Vegas shooter. So, Jeffrey Epstein was being held at the Metropolitan Correctional Center without bail because, of course, last month he was arrested on charges of conspiracy and sex trafficking. So this suicide comes just 24 hours after court documents that detailed his sexual abuse of these underage girls were unsealed by the courts as a result of work by Mike Cernovich, the Miami Herald, and a couple others. So these documents that were unsealed by the court included claims from Epstein's alleged sex slave that she was kind of forced to have sexual intercourse with a number of powerful men. Now, as I said before, he was said to be on suicide watch. The New York Times has reported it's unclear whether additional measures had been put into place to ensure that he did not try to kill himself again. Just astounding stuff. And so his alleged victim says that Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell kept her as a sex slave in the early 2000s, whilst, of course, she was underage. And why his alleged groomer, child victim recruiter lady wasn't indicted, of course. Well, we'll get to that in a second. Now, look, there's a lot of skepticism out there about whether this was a suicide. And just picture this for a moment, if you will. So Jeffrey Epstein donated to Democrats, was a Democrat, but imagine he was a Republican and donated a lot to the Republican Party. And then documents came out which linked powerful, high-profile Republicans to this underage sex scheme. And then in a Republican-controlled area, this Republican just mysteriously died. And it is a mystery. The guy had to have been on suicide watch. Plus, of course, anybody with half a brain knows that enormously powerful people stood to avoid a whole lot of trouble if he were dead. So there's motive. He was apparently suicidal in the past. So the idea that he would not be on suicide watch, that they would not be working as hard as humanly possible to keep him alive, is ridiculous, of course, right? So if he was a Republican and Republicans had been accused and in a Republican-controlled area he had been suicided or he had died in whatever, right? Do you think the mainstream media would just be blandly reporting that it was just a suicide? Well, this is the claim that it's a suicide. I don't know. You don't know. There are probably a couple of people who do know one way or the other. But come on. The timing, the motive, it's... Oh, and also there are reports that the camera malfunctioned, you see. It just, it was out, Hey, it happens, cameras just happen to go out and not function right when the highest profile prisoner currently in the U.S. incarceration system, the one at the most risk, the one with the most fingers to point at very powerful people, the cameras just go out the moment that he hangs himself. Come on. And I don't know. And these are all just my opinions, right? The question is, where would you put your money? This is something that is always good to ask yourself. Where would you put your money? If you could, get that magic wand of truth and point it at people, where would you put your money? Would you put your money that this guy, although he was segregated, I think he was in solitary confinement, although he had been on suicide watch, or there was every reason to believe he should be on suicide watch, that he would just somehow find the means to hang himself in his cell. Come on.
Eu sei que sou demasiado covarde para
suicidar. I wouldn't put a dime on that. I wouldn't put a dime on that. And people say, oh, well, but powerful people, they don't kill people. It's like, what do you think power is? What do you think power is? Power is the power to use force. That's all it is. Power is the power to use force. And for those of you who think that there's not powerful people out there who wouldn't think twice about killing people, just think of war. I mean, we get lied into wars continually, often in close proximity to sand. And we get lied into wars continually. Hundreds of thousands of Iraqis were slaughtered in the invasion of Iraq that posed no threat to the United States. That's the international war crime of aggression. It's the highest war crime that there is. Do you think George Bush has lost any sleep? No, he toodles around on airplanes showing people his lovely paintings on his iPad, and he's fine with it. Madeleine Albright, when told that the sanctions, right, that the restrictions against Iraq, the economic restrictions against Iraq, for the supposed invasion of Kuwait, which Saddam Hussein actually got U.S. permission for to begin with. Psych! Arctic. But she was told that about 500,000 Iraqi children had died as a result of these sanctions and no-fly zones, and they weren't able to get medicines, they weren't able to get other vital requirements for their survival. About 500,000 Iraqi children died, and people said, do you think that was worth it? She's like, yep. We are ants to these people, my friends. They think nothing of us. People don't want to reform the school system. They'd just rather drug children. People don't want to fix the welfare state. They would just rather have families disintegrate and collapse. People don't want to fix, in America, $170 trillion of unfunded liabilities. They don't even want to talk about it. They don't want to fix the fact that a government monopoly private bank has massive control over the currency. They don't want to fix the fact that the significant proportion of taxes just goes to pay the interest payments on past bribery of the democratic population. They don't want to deal with any of this stuff. But they would never touch one guy at a cell, you see, because that would be dishonorable. That would be wrong. And this death, it's very unlikely that we'll ever find out anything about it, of course, right? Don't find out about the Las Vegas shooting. Don't find out why the Notre Dame Cathedral burned to the ground. Don't find anything that's inconvenient to those in power. So there's a big question mark over this, and most likely there always will be a big question mark over this. And yeah, there'll be an investigation, there'll be a bland report that comes out in 12 months, 18 months, 24 months. Everyone's moved on, and there's some new scandal, some new horror, some new monstrosity that's going on. So yeah, it'll come out at some point, and mistakes were made, and reforms will be put in place, and it's all just garbage, right? But this is a big question, right? Which is, what does this mean out there in the world, right? Well, first of all, and again, I'm no lawyer, it's just what I've read, but I'm reporting it to you because it's important. There were no co-conspirators in the Jeffrey Epstein case, which means now that he's dead, the case, as far as I understand it, is just closed. Just done. Now, if you were a prosecutor, I suppose you could find some way to charge other people to get the ball rolling again. There's reports that now that Jeffrey Epstein is dead, his house can be searched, and no interference in what is found in that search can ever be brought to bear on its introduction into the courts in a legal case. So how much that means, we don't know, but, or at least I don't know. But here's the thing, like if you are a prosecutor, and what was it, James Comey's daughter was the lead prosecutor against Epstein? You're right, come on. You put this in a thriller and people say this is way too obvious. But you're a prosecutor, and Jeffrey Epstein turns up all kinds of dead. Would you feel super keen to go prosecute some more people in this area and just, see where it leads? No, this is all over. Everyone's going to escape. See, death works, right? Dead men tell no tales. Death works. According to some breaking news, Washington Post reporter Carol Leonig reports that Jeffrey Epstein told authorities someone tried to kill him in a previous incident weeks ago, and that people close to him now fear that he was murdered. Well, come on. Now, was it a month ago? I think it was about a month ago, maybe a little longer, that Jeffrey Epstein's lawyers started trying to make a deal for just 5 years in prison in return for him giving up names. Now, way back in the day, when Jeffrey Epstein was first charged with these crimes, where he ended up serving, I think, 13 months in the sweetheart deal, where despite being a sex offender, he got to leave during the day and only had to sleep at night. Alex Acosta back then was told to back off of Jeffrey Epstein because, quote, Epstein belonged to the intel agencies. In other words, he was some kind of operative. Now, come on. The moment, we've all seen these shows. The moment you have operative plus sex crimes, that means blackmail. And that means control over very powerful people as a result of having incriminating material against them with underage girls. Now, let's say that you did want to prosecute further. Let's say that you believe that Jeffrey Epstein was killed, or at the very least, material was smuggled into his jail cell so that he could kill himself. Otherwise, something even worse would have happened to him. I don't imagine he has any loved ones other than Satan. But let's say that you were interested in prosecuting further, given that there's such a public perception out there that Epstein did not kill himself. How's that going to work in terms of you getting witnesses, right? I mean, if you believe that it was not a suicide, then the message is very clear. We got to him in prison. You think you're going to be safe anywhere as a witness? I don't think so. And let's say it really was a suicide. That's why there's so much in this to unpack and to talk about. Let's say that it was totally a suicide. He was afraid of being murdered, according to some reports. He definitely had tried to kill himself, at least that was reported 2 weeks ago. So let's say everything that they say is true. He'd been taken off suicide watch. He wasn't in a turtle suit. The camera just malfunctioned, whoops, and he just managed to find some method to hang himself, despite the fact that the government was charged with keeping him alive, and he already was a suicide risk, and the fact that very powerful people wanted him dead, no doubt. Let's say that all of this happened and it was a suicide. So just remember this. This is really, really important to just net this into your mind. The government is so incompetent that it cannot even keep a suicidal man from killing himself in a jail cell. The government is so incompetent it cannot even keep a suicidal man from killing himself in a jail cell. You know, hanging yourself's not that easy. I mean, you need something strong, right? You need a place to tie it around. You need to have a body weight to restrict your breathing. Like, it's not that easy. You need very specific materials.
É preciso coragem. É preciso não ser covarde para conseguir suicidar. Porque senão todos os adolescentes já tinham suicidado.
How did he get these materials? But here's the other thing, too. So, of course, a lot of people predicted that he wasn't going to make it out of prison alive, that he was never going to be alive to testify. And, what they all just called conspiracy theorists. Conspiracy theorists. Well, I'll tell you this. The one thing that has come out of this death today is that the pejorative conspiracy theory or conspiracy theorist has lost almost all of its power. Now, hopefully, we can actually start talking about what power really means. So, just to reiterate, Mike Sonovich said, because the criminal's case was against Jeffrey Epstein and did not include any co-conspirators, the case is closed. Right? If a guy's on trial for murder and the guy dies, there's no way the trial continues, right? He's dead, right? So the case is closed. He said the criminal case against Epstein was always undercharged. It didn't name co-conspirators, and today shows why. See, if you name co-conspirators, then if the main guy dies, it can actually help the case because you get a full search warrant on his house. And I mean, Jeffrey Epstein was never going to testify against himself. You understand? I mean, of course he wouldn't testify against himself. So it was only other people that he had to name that made him a risk in any way, shape, or form. So this is what someone else has said. No one else will have standing to challenge the search warrant on his house. Everything will be admissible against any other defendant without possibility of a motion to suppress. Right? So that is based upon the fact that he's dead. But who else are they going to charge? Who else are they going to charge? So yeah, apparently, according to some reports, he was not on suicide watch even after attempting suicide 2 weeks ago. He somehow got a rope or something similar to hang himself in a high-security prison, and according to some reports, the cameras malfunctioned. Come on. And people say, well, why wait till he's in prison? Well, because if he wasn't in prison, or when he wasn't in prison, he had his own private security. He wasn't trapped, right? Wasn't in a controlled environment. So, I don't know. I know where I'd put my money, but I don't know. But here's the thing. Like, this is a real glitch in the Matrix. Like, imagine how scared they were if it wasn't suicide that they would do something like this. Because this is a real glitch in the Matrix. It's a real glitch in the Matrix because now we're seeing the portal to the capacity for violence that the elites have that normally is shrouded in other chest-thumping, trumpet-blaring, patriotic nonsense like wars and so on, right? I mean, you just have to look over in the UK, right? I mean, for decades, largely Pakistani immigrants were gang raping young, white British girls. This was all covered up. In fact, the fathers who went to try and rescue their children from these rape houses were arrested sometimes. It's really, really important that we really start to understand this stuff. Because people are like, well, we want to run to the government for protection. The government is there to give us health care, and the government is there to educate us and to build the roads and do all these nice things. It's not. It's not there to do that. Government is free evil. Government is an infinite get-out-of-jail-free card. Government is consequence-free malevolence in general. They're not there to protect you. They're not there to support you or help you. They're there to bribe you and make you dependent and miseducate you. And I had this thought, and I hope I can articulate it. This is a challenging thought for me to articulate. I'm just tired of it all. It's all so tiresome. You know, I would love to wake up in a world where I didn't have to check the news to figure out what new horrifying predations of political power were being inflicted upon a largely helpless population. So these people, they want to run to the government. Oh, the government's going to protect me. The same people who couldn't protect a guy in a prison cell want to take away your guns. What kind of sense does this make? But wouldn't it be nice? Wouldn't it be just... I mean, think of the amount of time, especially if you're involved in news or alternative media or mainstream media, like the amount of time that is just spent, oh, what's next? Oh, what's happened? Oh, what does it mean? Like, wouldn't it be, just think of the amount of human energy that is trapped like light on the surface of a black hole. Is just trapped by political power and the analysis of political power and attempting to influence political power and attempting to protect yourself from political power and attempting to manage and control political power. It's like a demon loose in the household that never lets you rest. They never rest, they never sleep, they never stop. As the meme goes. It's tiresome, it's all so tiresome. Wouldn't it be just lovely to wake up in a world without a government, where you could negotiate, and you had control over your own destiny, and you weren't constantly supplicating and fearful before the stone jackboots of state power, begging and pleading and hoping for some respite and some 2 square inches of oxygenated freedom. I am tired of being ruled and having to pay attention to nasty, dangerous, incompetent people. I really, really want to live a free life, free of having to constantly bat away these crazy people with crazy powers. Let's say this guy was part of the intel agency. Where does that leave? Well, nobody's ever going to find out. What's going to happen with all the people named in this document? Probably nothing. Prosecutors like to stay this side of the daisies too. But I'm going to spend today just thinking about that, just meditating on that, really. What would it mean to not have to care what crazy people with political power were doing? Wouldn't it nice to kill themselves? Well, thank you so much for enjoying this latest.
Clinton breakfast table. Bill, Jeff Epstein is dead. Hillary nods and then puts hot sauce on an aborted fetus. Now, while that is a joke, I have trouble believing that it's actually too far from the truth. Now, like I said, YouTube, please don't delete my channel for sharing conspiracy theories, like the conspiracy theory that Don Jr. was accused of for not believing the mainstream narrative around Jussie Smollett, or the conspiracy theory that others were accused of for not believing the mainstream narrative of the Covington Catholic kids, or the conspiracy theory surrounding the man who received the CNN Award, Journalist of the Year Award, and then was revoked for creating and making up completely out of thin air all of his sources and all of his stories. Please don't delete my channel for sharing conspiracy theories like the Huffington Post article recently calls on YouTube to rein in conspiracy theories. But I do have a lot of questions about this particular alleged suicide by Jeff Epstein. Someone who's supposed to be on suicide watch. We're going to get into that more particularly because allegedly there were camera malfunctions late last night or a couple of days ago at the jail where Jeffrey Epstein was locked up. Now, this is being reported now, and maybe this will change. Maybe we'll see some CCTV footage, but I highly, highly doubt it. I believe that we'll probably be waiting for the CCTV footage as long as we have been waiting for the CCTV footage of the Las Vegas shooter that the FBI also launched a major investigation into that we never got an answer for, by the way. So we're going to move on to the AP. Now, this was very strange when I saw this. This is the Associated Press. Jeffrey Epstein dies by suicide in jail cell. So it goes on. I'm going to show you this particular part here. Jeffrey Epstein, the well-connected financier, accused of cosmopolitan transnational financier, accused of orchestrating a sex trafficking ring, killed himself while awaiting trial in a New York prison, officials said Saturday. This came right after, remember, we talked about names beginning to be released by accusers and other sorts of people about the different politicians and elites that Jeffrey Epstein was getting paid by to send underage girls to them. So keep that in mind while we're reading through this here. Epstein was found unresponsive in his jail cell Saturday morning at the Metropolitan Correctional Center, according to a statement from the Federal Bureau of Prisons. Fire officials received a call at 6:39 a.m. Saturday that Epstein was in cardiac arrest. Interesting. Cardiac arrest. And he was pronounced dead at the New York Presbyterian Lower Manhattan Hospital. Epstein, 66, had been denied bail and faced up to 45 years behind bars on a federal
Muito obrigada.
Gostaria submeter minha ficha de admissão militante PNR. Gostaria de saber qual número para eu fazer o pagamento das 3 primeiras cotas, 15,00 euros. Para começar, ser apenas militante, 15 euros por mês. Só 2 pequenas coisas. Eu sou ateu, mas acredito que o catolicismo é muito importante para a história e identidade de Portugal. Há algum problema? E tem problema motor, mas acho que vai atrapalhar como possível membro do PNR. Muito obrigado e desculpa. Assinado Tiago Pereira dos Santos Silva. Como conheceu o PNR? Sempre foi nacionalista. Ouvi pessoas dizer mal do PNR e dizer que PNR era racista, mas eu sei racista é apenas palavra usados pelas pessoas que querem calar o discurso acerca da migração. Acerca do facto, infelizmente nem todas as culturas são iguais e cerca o grupo pessoas por razões genéticas e culturais são mais violentas e são incapazes de contribuir para a melhor sociedade ou pelo menos para a sociedade tão boa como nossa era há 5 anos atrás. História de Angola mesmo, do Zimbábue, África do Sul e Zâmbia. Europeus constroem civilização, pretos invadem vindo do centro de Sub-Saara África e depois destroem. No final pedem comida por não conseguem meter civilização que roubaram aos europeus. Eu não desejo mal a ninguém, mas não quero acontecer a Portugal, onde os meus antepassados sacrificaram todo, mesmo que aconteceu Zimbábue, Angola e Moçambique, e está a acontecer Londres, Manchester, Paris, Bruxelas, etc. Eu não odeio pretos, apenas tenho fadiga de aturar sua presença em Portugal e não esqueci a invasão de pretos vindo do centro Sub-Saara África no século XVII de Angola, Moçambique, África do Sul, Zimbábue, Zanzibar, Eritreia, etc. Em outubro meu sobrinho vai nascer. Quando ele fizer 21 anos, idade que alguém realmente é adulto, eu não queria que ele viva num mundo onde portugueses em Portugal são minoria. Onde portugueses continuam a estar proibidos a expressar orgulho por serem portugueses e dos descobrimentos porque alguma e qualquer razão supostamente é racista ou mágoa sentimento de alguns. Também gostaria que meu sobrinho e futuro filho não nascesse a dever 200.000 euros, tendo em conta a dívida nacional. Dívida nacional é gastar recurso que eventualmente irão existir, mas agora a única razão esquerda é a favor imigração é pelo facto que pessoas terceiro em geral, nem todos, votam na esquerda. Acho que sacrificar a identidade de Portugal por votos e mais poder para Estado imoral. Errado e até desumano. Portugueses, sim, somos bocados pessimista e bocados lurpas, mas temos coragem e persistência. Onde outros viram o fim do mundo, portugueses vieram futuro. Empreendedorismo, esperança e solução para uma má situação.
Enquanto estou a tratar ainda das coisas, vamos a tratar das imagens. Vamos fazer aqui uma coisa assim. Olha, bastante esquecido, já não tenho. Já está quase. Só que demora um bocado mais tempo a fazer o scanner.
Dead men tell no tales. Sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein, despite the fact that he should have been on 24/7 suicide watch, was found dead in his jail cell of an apparent suicide. Wow, who could have possibly seen this coming? It's not like I wrote about this very thing happening again, and again. But I'm just a conspiracy theorist, so don't listen to me. It's not like under suicide watch, all objects that a prisoner could use to hang themselves are supposed to be removed to prevent this very thing from happening. It's not like Epstein was being filmed by CCTV under bright lights to prevent this very thing from happening. There are cameras everywhere in MCC where Epstein was locked up. It shouldn't be hard to figure out how this happened. Oh, but wait! Alleged camera malfunction last night at MCC where Jeffrey Epstein was locked up. Wow, what a coincidence!
Okay, people, move along. There's nothing to see here.
It's not as if, according to the Metropolitan Correctional Centre's own rules, guards are supposed to keep the prisoner under, quote, direct continuous observation to prevent this very thing from happening. Who was guarding him? Jack Ruby? It's not like Epstein should have been under increased scrutiny given that he already tried to commit suicide just 3 weeks ago. Suicide Watch. Suicide Watch is an intensive monitoring process used to ensure that anyone except Jeffrey Epstein cannot attempt suicide. I was stunned by Epstein's suicide, though probably not as much as Epstein himself. But wait, now we learn, according to NBC, that Epstein wasn't on suicide watch, despite supposedly 3 weeks ago trying to commit suicide.
Move along. There's nothing to see here.
Jeffrey Epstein's suicide ends the criminal case against him because no one else was charged in the indictment. Oh, how very fucking convenient. So all those, quote, powerful men named as being complicit in Epstein's crimes now go completely free. Yesterday, thousands of pages were unsealed from Jeffrey Epstein's past cases. Many wealthy and powerful figures were named as alleged clients of his child sex trafficking ring. The next day, Jeffrey Epstein is found dead.
Move along. There's nothing to see here.
The influential elitist Epstein was set to name in return for a reduced sentence are all now safe from prosecution. It's almost like there's some kind of glaringly obvious giant motive shared by those powerful men to have Epstein silenced forever. But I wouldn't dare suggest that to be the case, given that conspiracy theories are now on a par with terrorism. I wouldn't dare suggest that this goes way higher than Bill Clinton and Prince Andrew. I wouldn't dare suggest that this suicide was a warning to other witnesses to keep their mouths shut. I wouldn't dare suggest that Eyes Wide Shut was a documentary.
Move along. There's nothing to see here.
How's the media gonna spin this? Well, just like literally everything else, they're gonna blame Trump. Despite Trump being one of the few high-profile persons who actually distanced himself from Epstein when the charges were first revealed, despite Trump kicking Epstein out of his Mar-a-Lago club after he caught Epstein hitting on a young girl, despite Epstein's accusers saying Trump didn't have sex with or even flirt with them, and despite opposition research firm Fusion GPS attempting to discover a close connection between Epstein and Trump, but failing. And yes, they're already blaming Russian agents for killing Epstein. Really? I don't recall there being many Russian agents who appeared on the Lolita Express flight log 26 times. Also, maybe you're not the most credible person to be talking about the surprise discovery of dead bodies. But don't worry, because the FBI is investigating. You can be confident in trusting the agency of Peter Strzok and Lisa Page to uncover the truth.
Move along. There's nothing to see here.
It's absolutely crucial for you to help me fight the war on free speech by supporting me via Subscribe Star, link in description, and also signing up for my free newsletter at summit.news/newsletter. Dead men tell no tales. Sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein, despite the fact that he should have been on 24/7 suicide watch, was found dead in his jail cell of an apparent suicide. Wow, who could have possibly seen this coming? It's not like I wrote about this very thing happening again, and again. But I'm just a conspiracy theorist, so don't listen to me. It's not like under suicide watch, all objects that a prisoner could use to hang themselves are supposed to be removed to prevent this very thing from happening. It's not like Epstein was being filmed by CCTV under bright lights to prevent this very thing from happening. There are cameras everywhere in MCC where Epstein was locked up. It shouldn't be hard to figure out how this happened. Oh, but wait! Alleged camera malfunction last night at MCC where Jeffrey Epstein was locked up. Wow, what a coincidence.
Okay, people, move along. There's nothing to see here.
It's not as if, according to the Metropolitan Correctional Centre's own rules, guards are supposed to keep the prisoner under, quote, direct continuous observation to prevent this very thing from happening. Who was guarding him? Jack Ruby? It's not like Epstein should have been under increased scrutiny given that he already tried to commit suicide just 3 weeks ago. Suicide Watch. Suicide Watch is an intensive monitoring process used to ensure that anyone except Jeffrey Epstein cannot attempt suicide. I was stunned by Epstein's suicide, though probably not as much as Epstein himself. But wait, now we learn, according to NBC, that Epstein wasn't on Suicide Watch, despite supposedly 3 weeks ago trying to commit suicide.
Move along. There's nothing to see here.
Jeffrey Epstein's suicide ends the criminal case against him because no one else was charged in the indictment. Oh, how very fucking convenient. So all those, quote, powerful men named as being complicit in Epstein's crimes now go completely free. Yesterday, thousands of pages were unsealed.
policial. Peço desculpa, demorou um bocadinho mais tempo a fazer a papelada que faltava. Antes de mais, deixa-me, que depois queria mostrar um vídeo para nos divertir no final da noite. Se eu depois quero mostrar isso.
Bear in mind.
Urques fossilis podem ser assassinos em massa e tudo mais, mas pelo menos têm graça. Uma nota perigosa, mas não deixam de ter graça. Espera um bocadinho que eu não quero autodoxing a mim mesmo, por isso. Que eu acho que eu nunca vos contei. Uma das razões porque eu tenho que ter extra cuidado em não autodox a mim mesmo sem querer é... É que eu recebi uma vez uma fatwa, provavelmente nada de sério, provavelmente o gajo nem se lembra, depois o gajo disse-me uma vez num vídeo em que disse umas coisas assim mais. Vou tirar esta foto, só meter mais aqui uma coisa, vou chegar aqui, Stefan. Esse tipo de coisa também você. Nota. Mas o que eu quero mesmo é. Onde é que está o meu e-mail do Yahoo? Ok. Claro. Falta. Jogo patrocínio. Ok. Enviar. Vou enviar. 1, 2. Pronto. E agora vamos. E depois vou acabar.
If you've ever wanted to.
Vamos ver. The Socialist of America.
And as you watch this, that it isn't a comedy sketch.
This is
real life.
Is this real life?
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the
Democratic
Socialists of America Convention.
If we wanted to beat capitalism, we are going to need a party that will organize working people to fight for the demands that we want and to win socialism.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Quick point of privilege. Quick point of personal privilege. Guys, first of all, James Jackson, Sacramento, he, him. I just want to say.
O que era porreiro era que o PNR infiltrasse na Antifa e no Bloco de Esquerda e de dentro para fora atacasse. sem violência, atenção. Fizesse que eles ainda fossem ainda mais uma prova do que eles já são.
Can we please keep the chatter to a minimum? I'm one of the people who's very prone to sensory overload. There's a lot of whispering and chatter going on. It's making it very difficult for me to focus. Please, can we just, I know we're all fresh and ready to go, but can we please just keep the chatter to a minimum? It's affecting my ability to focus. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade.
Sensory overload.
Yeah, because communist revolutions are notoriously peaceful and quiet. What's this weird thing they're doing with their hands?
And to win socialism.
It's called jazz hands. First used in early 2015 at a feminist NUS conference in the UK. It's a replacement for clapping because clapping causes anxiety.
It is also triggering to my anxiety.
Yeah, these people are literally afraid of this. But they're totally going to lead a revolution to overthrow the entire global capitalist system.
Triggering to my anxiety. Point of privilege once again. Hi, James Jackson, Sacramento DSA, him. I've already asked people to be mindful of the chatter of their comrades who are sensitive to sensory overload, and that goes double for the heckling and the hissing. It is also triggering to my anxiety. Like the be comradely isn't just for like, you know, let's keep things simple or whatever. It's so that people aren't going to get triggered and so that it doesn't affect their performance as a delegate. Okay, your need to express yourself is important, but your need to express yourself should not trump or He said Trump! Triggering my anxiety. Sensory overload. So please don't clap, shoot up these. We have a lot of disabled comrades, and a lot of those are invisible disabilities.
You mean like the disability of being unable to handle everyday noises without having a nervous breakdown? That's not a disability.
Don't really talk to anybody. Don't talk to cops. Don't talk to MAGA.
Don't talk to anyone with testosterone levels higher than an amoeba who might have a panic attack.
Triggering to my anxiety, take a deep breath.
Eles são ofensivos. As pessoas têm problemas de locomoção ou problemas. É? Ninguém que tenha problemas, e eu digo, conheço pessoas com problemas de locomoção, pessoas com deficiência, conheço muita gente com deficiência. Um dos meus irmãos tem uma deficiência. Que tenha a mínima dignidade, nunca seria uma coisa destas. Pelo contrário.
For the heckling and the hissing, it is also triggering to my anxiety. Like, the be comradely isn't just for, like, you know, let's keep things civil or whatever. It's so that people aren't gonna get triggered and so that it doesn't affect their performance as a delegate, okay? Your need to express yourself is important, but your need to express yourself should not trump or He said Trump! Triggering to my anxiety. Sensory overload.
So please don't clap, shoot up these. We have a lot of disabled comrades, and a lot of those are invisible disabilities.
You mean like the disability of being unable to handle everyday noises without having a nervous breakdown? Yeah, that's not a disability.
Don't really talk to anybody. Don't talk to cops. Don't talk to MAGA assholes.
Don't talk to anyone with testosterone levels higher than an amoeba. You might have a panic attack.
Triggering to my anxiety.
Take a deep breath.
Trump.
We have quiet rooms that are available. There's a range of options of these, right? Please don't go in that space with anything that's like an aggressive scent.
You mean like the stench of the 90 million victims of communism?
An aggressive scent.
Point of privilege, I'm a Tourette's victim with BO and an irrational fear of jazz hands. Bigots.
We are safe and we are strong.
Until someone forgets to state their pronouns or whispers too loudly, then you go cry in the quiet room.
Triggering to my anxiety.
Jesus Christ, for someone who suffers from sensory overload, you sure do shout a lot.
Triggering to my anxiety.
Point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Please do not use gendered language to address everyone.
Ok.
A rapariga chinesa ou asiática, todas as pessoas é que têm mais obrigação de odiar o comunismo.
God, look, it's not. It can't be. Is it?
It is, ma'am.
And if you're wondering what triggered him...
Please do not use gendered language.
The sensory overload, dude. Use the word... Guys!
Guys, first of all, James Jackson, Sacramento, he, him. I just want guys, first of all, James Jackson, Sacramento, he, him. I just want guys...
Please do not use gendered language. It is, ma'am.
Guys!
Take a deep breath.
Quick point of personal privilege. How in the holy fuck do you even get through a normal day? How do you even manage to leave your house, operate in society, and get back without emotionally liquefying? How are you going to even host a convention when you spend the entire first day getting triggered by each other's words and mannerisms?
Triggering to my anxiety?
I've seen less neurotic people at a bipolar incels anonymous meetup.
What up, DSA?
Sensory overload.
Oh, we're almost there. Just but thank you.
Triggering to my anxiety?
There must be something in the water.
Soy.
Solidarity forever.
Listen, I know vegans find it hard to muster up energy, but I've seen more enthusiasm at a Joe Biden retirement home visit. But Biden better buck up his ideas because these people are taking over the Democratic Party. These are the people Democrats increasingly have to pander to. 2020 really is gonna be an absolute shit show.
Triggering to my anxiety?
It's absolutely crucial for you to help me fight the war on free speech by supporting me via Subscribe Star, link in description.